Good evening. Give me 1 second here. I just want to notify. I don't know if I can find it. Shoot, hold on. Sorry. Let me try that again. Okay, so this is an Avara development stream tonight. What am I doing tonight? So I've actually been tinkering with the renderer a bit again lately, both the modern and legacy versions. And I can show you. I'm trying to remember what all have I actually done. Let me. Oh. Let's see. So yes, I have. Oh yeah. Okay, so I fixed the alpha channel stuff with some. I consulted with Aureus, an old Avara player, for that, and quickly, he helped me realize that something else was what was causing the alpha issues. Basically, I think NVG or Nano VG or Nano GUI or some other thing that was outside of Avara was changing the blending mode, and so I needed to change it every frame. So anyway, that works now. I fixed a long-standing issue with a lack of support of the vertical range max and vertical range min values on the sky shader. Vertical range min doesn't really show up very often, but vertical range max did occasionally. And I can show that as well. Right, so I also updated the legacy renderer, which was kind of how I started down this rabbit hole of diving in again. Because previously the HUD was rendering behind blocks sometimes, or rendering behind world geometry, and as part of fixing that, I also made it so that it also sorted transparent models and things like that to look better. Last, I have added a couple of effects. Let's see here. So I'll just load this tomb level, which was kind of my test case for a while, because for a few reasons. This has custom yawn objects and like yawn boxes and just large view distance in general, because I wanted to make it so that things that were far away so yawn is what controls view distance, roughly speaking. And by default, it's 180, which means that if something is more than 180 meters away, it does not display. It is not selected for rendering or for drawing. And anything less than that, if it's closer than 180 meters, then it does. But it was also, yawn as a setting was also used to control things like having like completely transparent walls in the original game, essentially emulating glass. But anyway, normally what happens with yawn, at least in the past, is it just pops in instantly or pops out. But I wanted to experiment with a sort of opacity fading effect. So I implemented that. You can see how it's kind of, kind of fades in. And I also added a mild fog effect that I hoped would emulate sort of atmospheric scattering, the way that colors kind of get less saturated or sort of take on the sky color as you as things get farther away. So like, if you look at mountain ranges and you can see like multiple layers of mountains and they get kind of progressively lighter or just kind of discolored as they stretch on in the distance. And the effect I have does make things look better for the most part, but it's kind of a problematic implementation because it also sometimes has too much of an effect and makes kind of discolors levels. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and kind of pop it here because there's yawn boxes in here. Oh gosh, it's dumb of me. Anyway, because you can kind of see the yawn effect more clearly in here because we're inside a yawn box right now, which decreases the viewing distance. The idea being that it won't render things outside of this room, essentially. And this was done back in the 90s and early 2000s for performance reasons. But you can even see like a more... But, I mean, you can kind of see that because the viewing distance is shorter in here, it kind of has this sort of like foggy tomb effect, which is kind of cool. But in general, it also makes walls appear less flat. You can kind of see the colors shift slightly as you get closer or farther away, which is kind of nice and adds a little bit of depth to what is otherwise a very flat looking scene. Hey, Rico. I'm just gonna... Okay, yeah. I broke this already. Okay. The yawn box is even smaller here. Kind of makes drastic changes when you walk through that corridor. Anyway, so that is... Oh yeah, and I can show the sky stuff. I wanted to quickly look here to see how much CPU was being used as reported by heads. CPU stat measurer thing. Okay, so let me... Oh, right. So normally the sky is, just about that tall, but if we load Phosphory, it's a bit taller. And if you load, what is it called? Krupa. Oh, well, if it would help if I spelled it correctly. and the sky is like extremely tall. So that's the vertical range max setting that was added. I forgot. Yeah, he's got low yawn on these. Oh yeah, that's kind of nice. The goodie fading in and out. Okay. So anyway, it's a bit nicer than the just instantly popping in and out effect that yawn normally has. You can kind of see on this gray block here the fog effect too, altering the colors. Anyway, so that's that. But what am I doing tonight? So tonight, I am hoping to optimize the engine so that anything that is static is rendered in a single draw call. By static, I mean that the geometry is guaranteed not to change. We actually did. Oh, actually, I meant to go here. Back in the Avara days, and this was back before Avara was open sourced. We had something that was called a static tag in the level spec, and that was how we marked geometry that we wanted to kind of group together and draw in one draw call. And I believe some stuff was inherently static. For example, the where is it? Not here. I guess just the there you go, Starfield tag actually created like a whole bunch of I can't remember if they were domes or if they were quads or what, but things that were really far away up in the sky, and they were grouped into a single entity so that I would just draw a single burst. And that actually made a really significant difference in Avara, and I'm hoping that we can emulate it here in Avara. And the reason is, we've always kind of known that it would be advantageous to do so, based on our Avara experience, but shoot, where... But Sphinx has created a level that I'm not seeing right now. Did I... Oh, because did I... Okay, that's why. Hold on. I have to run it from here. Has created a level that pushes the engine kind of just harder than a typical Avara level would. Let me go ahead and put that back on. Okay. And I haven't actually looked at this level yet. And he has a version with and without yawn boxes. I'm going to do the one without yawn boxes and check it out. That is a lot of flickering. Anyway, so I wanted to see if I ran this, how bad it would be. I've heard that it drops frames even on fairly new hardware. It seems to be running fairly well for me at the moment, even while streaming here. But presumably, if I were to look at the profiler or is that intentionally flashing? Probably. Interesting. Maybe I would see some dropped frames or something. I am curious. Let's see here. Anyway, I will check on that in just a second. Alright, so that's still running. I mean, these numbers are higher than I would typically see. Maybe because it's just... No, I guess probably not just because it's running in the background, but... what is that meant to be? I wonder. Anyway, so this is really running pretty well, but we, apparently, like Sphinx himself has an older computer, Grimm has older computers, and really there's no reason that this should be slow, because there's really not a lot here. So let me... Yeah, I mean, that's like, whatever, 20% range. I'm curious if I were to look at the... over here. So that's... I mean, it's hovering at about 95+%. I have a feeling that wouldn't be drastically different if I loaded, like, Bawadi, for example, but we'll see. So, I mean, these percentage numbers are definitely smaller. But yeah, I mean, this CPU monitor isn't really... it's mostly unfazed. And out of curiosity, let me compare it with the No Yawn Boxes version. Oh, okay, well, I totally read that wrong. No Yawn Boxes. So this is the version that should be slow. Right? Did I load the other one before? I don't remember. Let's see here. I mean, this still, yeah, in the could be worse, could be better. Range. Interesting. That was interesting that it made the HUD shake. Okay, so if I look at this way, yeah, we're like now in like the 40%. That CPU rating is still about the same, but okay, well, all right. So we have sort of the numbers that we're trying to improve now. Now, there's a couple things involved here. One, I need to be able to have the game decide when something is static and when it isn't. And that can be a complicated question. I think, my intention for tonight is to keep it fairly simple. Maybe just do walls and ramps, because those tend to be pretty static. There is a question of what to do when geometry, like when those blocks or ramps have yawn, because that is one thing that actually can make it not static, because it's either there or it's not there. and the game either decides to draw it or not to draw it. And if it is set, I mean, you can't just assume that you can safely ignore it because it may be part of the aesthetic of the level. For example, there's a level called, and this is maybe not the best example, but there's a level called Myopia, where the view distance is like intentionally small, and it's there may be a reason for the effect, for it to be used for effect. For example, transparent walls, or invisible walls. I mean, you wouldn't want to just have the game render it. So in modern Avara, you can make transparent walls without using yawn. You can use the alpha channel. Speaking of which, I never did demonstrate that the way the alpha looks now. But let's see here. Here we go. So, and you can also set like that, and it makes the HUD go away. Whereas before, it did not go away, which didn't really make sense. If you set the opacity to 0 and you can still see it, something is wrong. But that is fixed now. Anyway, so point being, because yawn does, in most cases at least, kind of imply, I mean, it's not really a state change for the object, but it's a state change with regard to whether or not you're supposed to draw it. Its appearance, I guess you could say. So my inclination is to say if an object has private yawn, to not treat it as static. But otherwise, a wall or ramp without yawn, absolutely, it can be treated as static. Unless there's something else I'm thinking of and not remembering. However, the first thing that we have to do is modify C abstract actor, because this is the class from which everything else inherits. I think even C logic actor, or C logic base, I guess is what it's called. Oh wait, no, because that's an object base is actually a thing. But yeah, even C logic extends C abstract actor, which, by the way, doesn't make a lot of sense because C abstract actor contains things like, like part information, assuming that the object is visible. It has blast power, which is like projectile strength, I think, mass, shields. You don't need that kind of stuff on logic objects. It's kind of silly. However, putting that aside for now, point is every in-game object ultimately extends this thing, and when you there's even a what is the is it attach? Is that where it I can't remember where it attaches objects to the game world. But yes, that is essentially how polymorphism is achieved, where all the game objects are put in a single list as C abstract actor pointers, and then as each frame progresses, it will loop through that list and perform the frame actions for all those objects. in order. So let me see. I'm just curious. And it may come into play. Add actor. So where does add actor actually get called? Okay. Add to there you go. Add to game makes sense. Okay. So interesting that it. Anyway. So this is how it gets attached to the game, and then this object also then holds a reference to that game object. So let me. I was gonna check the add actor. Isn't game true? Next actor list. Blah blah blah. Okay, then it adds the part to the renderer, and that's an important piece. Okay, the actor. Okay. So actor list is the pointer to a list of actors. Okay. Anyway, so we need C abstract actor is really where the check needs to occur, because it depends. Because everything extends C abstract actor, and we know that ultimately these will eventually be added to the game object, and also have their parts added to the renderer. In fact, where was that? That was like here, right? Yeah. So this is ultimately the method that needs to say, hey, is this actor static? And so it adds the each part in the actor's part list. Now, another thing I wanted to check is the BSP part here, which I believe, yes, is a base class, but this has, I think, if I'm not mistaken, a reference to the part that owns it. Maybe not. Because that's kind of a... Yeah. It would be helpful if it could get a reference to the part that owns it, or the actor that owns it, because because the renderer just gets when you add the part, it just gets a reference to the part, and the problem with that is then I have no means of checking to see for asking the object, hey, is this thing static or not? If that makes sense. So I really could have sworn that was the case, but clearly I was mistaken. And I'm a little bit concerned that I might I'm just trying to think if I would cause a memory leak by doing that. But let's see. Okay, this says actor or part link. But what actually? Oh, proximity list. Interesting. Anyway, yeah. So where's part list? Oh, there it is, right there. See, smart part. That's interesting. Okay, is it in C smart part then? The owner. Okay. So theoretically, when a part is created for an actor, let's see if I can find part list here. This is, okay, build part proximity list. Do collision test. Get actor center. Retest. Like where? Load part. So this, yes, creates a smart part. And then I'll have to check this method here because it looks like actually real quick. Okay, that's also a smart part. Create an actor, and that calls this, which the owner, yes, is a reference to the actor you pass in. So that will work the way I thought it would. Although, really quickly, let me confirm that smart part. Okay, yes, it's public. So that will work. However, I might actually have to make that a I have a feeling I will have to make that a smart pointer and not a regular pointer. I will confirm that here in a second. So let me quickly start by creating a new public function on a new public virtual function on C abstract actor. And so I will let's see here. In fact, I'm even going to put, hold on a second, I'm curious. Oh, okay. Cool. Here, because it's sort of, I'm going to just set it next to here just because it's related to parts. What do I want to call it? We're going to call it is geometry static. Oh, I mean, it's not void, it's bool. Okay. And okay. So now let me open let's see here. See abstract actor, part, blah, blah, blah. see abstract actor is geometry static, and I am just going to have it return false by default. So unless anything overrides it, it will just always be false. And the thing to override it would be, for example, seawall actor. Oh, but let's do, because I have to do open the header file first. And so this is what we will start with. We will start with this. And I will say virtual bool is geometry static, and we will say, we'll just say true for now, because I want to see if, again, if I need to make the owner pointer a smart pointer or not. So let's go to add part in the modern OpenGL renderer. Okay. And we will say if part, is it the owner? It's owner? No? Oh, because it's, shoot. That's the problem. Let me, okay, hold on. So the issue is that this function expects a CBSP part pointer. And so as far as this code is concerned, that's what it's working with. It can't access the functions or properties of a CSmart part, even though a CSmart part extends a BSP part, because CBSP part doesn't have those properties or functions. So my question is, G renderer add part. What actually calls that? This, so that part list in this case is a CSmart part. This, the sliver is a sliver part, which I will have to look at in a second. Grenade top. Where is that defined? Okay, that's just a CBSP part. Okay. This may be a real short stream. We'll see. Okay, so sliver part is a smart part, interestingly. And so yeah, I mean, what exactly is a smart part? I mean, it obviously does collision stuff, but if you have a hologram, like, you don't really need to do that sort of thing. And, you know, as far as I'm aware, it's still using Right. Yeah. The smart part list. So, um, let me go back. That's interesting. Okay, so here, interesting. So here it's casting it to a BSP part. Um, and that's interesting. And then like it unsets it from its own part list. And then deletes itself entirely. That's, which I guess is just so that it doesn't, but it doesn't remove itself from the game, does it? Doesn't seem like it. Does it just never add itself to the game? Add to game. Where does that get called? Current actor, add to game. If current actor in script. Okay, but that returns null. So then it doesn't add it to the game. Interesting. I was not expecting that. Okay. Well, now I'm not sure whether or not I should have that is geometry static method on abstract actor or not. That may need to happen. Like maybe that gets set on the part before it gets sent to add to part. In the case where it needs to be true anyway. Shape roll pitches ambient. Okay. I just wonder if it should be a VSP user flag. But where does that get checked? So that's that. That gets set there. But what I guess we don't check it anymore. I wonder how we are meant to check that. There used to be a setting in Avara that you could use to turn off ambient stuff, which is something to think about. Let's see. The part user flags. Maybe we are still checking it somewhere. Okay, yeah, it looks like we're still not checking it anywhere. I'm going to think about this for just 1 second. I'm going to step away. I have to use the restroom and get some more tea. I'll be right back. Hit my foot with the door on the way in. Okay. All right, so I want to check to see. Let me go to this and see if I can search and find where well, that's interesting. Oh, actually, it's probably not here. It's probably in libraries. BSP. Um. Okay, there's the user flags thing there. But he doesn't have a... At least not here anyway. Like an enumeration for that sort of thing. Let me search for, what was it? Like K is ambient or something? Is that what it was? Nope. Apparently not. No, it was. Let me... I guess I'll look at this thing here. Nope. Look at the Avara game hologram actor. So this is Yuri's original code, by the way. I didn't say that explicitly. Okay, so there's is ambient. I forgot. Yeah, I think Head added pitch in addition to, yeah, good stuff. Okay. Anyway, okay, so here he just doing that. But yeah, so why can't I find... User flags being checked in the code. What is on this? Yeah, okay. Add part. Move part. Sort by Z. Score and sort. Is it like here? Nope. Of course not. Where would it be? I'm really surprised it's not here. Well, I don't really trust that this is working correctly. Which is pretty annoying. does advanced search do? Yeah. All right. I guess if I want to do this, I have to I can't remember, is it? Why? I thought there was a means of opening a terminal, but maybe not. Okay, so let me just... No, actually I'll do it here. I will pull it down. And actually, I don't need to do that. So from here, let's go ahead and open that repo. And then search for user flags. Okay. Are we even using ambient hologram control? Do we have that? Guess not. Looks like we still have like the setting, but we're not. Yeah. Interesting. So yeah, here it's checking the if the part exists, is allocated or whatever, and the user flags have the value of 1 set, then it, based on the ambient hologram setting, sets it to transparent or not transparent or whatever, depending on the hologram setting, ambient hologram setting. So that makes sense, and I think I can do a similar thing in my code. So now I'm gonna do that just real quick. Okay. Yuri code gone. Whoop, how did that happen? Okay. Sort of back on track. So let's actually I was going to search for add part, which is maybe the wrong place. Okay, so that, yeah, adds parts for all the actors. But that's, and then this does, yeah, adds the sliver part. And this adds the, that's interesting. Okay. Okay, so yeah, there's only really a few cases where these parts get instantiated. So I guess that's true. What I really wanted to search for was like G render part. So yeah. That's interesting, that teleporter, because that was a weird case too, wasn't it? Or maybe that's just, no, it's just the that thing there. But load part with colors, or load part, that ultimately, okay, so maybe this may actually be an appropriate place, or having that function on the abstract actor might make sense. And then what you want to do is here change, so we still will want a BSP flag. So let me go ahead and open this up, and I'm going to put that flag there. And because that is, yeah, okay, so and really quick, I'm going to confirm something. I believe this is just a compound. Performs a bitwise OR operation, assigns the result to the left operand. Okay, combines. Okay. So I think that just yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I think that'll be fine. So, given the way that we are structuring our values here, so given that, what we need to do now is if is geometry static, then part list index, user flags k is static. Although, yes, I did in fact mean C BSP user flags. K is static. Okay. Thank you, Xcode. So, for anything that calls load part or load part with colors, that should be handled. And I don't think, because this is being handled from the C abstract actor method, that let me just make sure that there's not like a I'm just curious. Well, that's interesting. That just doesn't do anything, apparently. Okay, so sorry, I was lost in thought. So yeah, as long as the flag isn't set, and it shouldn't be by default, because by default user flags is 0. So that's essentially the same thing as K is static as being false on the BSP. And so it only gets set if the actor method, and I believe this should be dispatched correctly, if the actor method returns true. And then what I need to do at this point is, well, let me just double check some of these things here. Okay, so this, yeah, it uses load part. This, yeah, uses load part. Which, again, for a walker or a player or whatever, we want that to be 0 or whatever. Okay, so this does actually override, apparently. Oh, that's interesting. Last wall. Oh, I guess because it has to do this like last wall actor thing. Hold on. Now I have to think about what the wall door thing here is doing. Okay, so if there is a wall actor, then we point to that part, because this would be like a C wall actor, and then it changes its owner to the wall door instance. Again, like, so that reassigns the owner, and then like this new pointer that it got from it moves the pointer kind of here on the part list. So now this is pointing to the part that was already created on the wall object. However, we know that wall objects theoretically are set to is static. And so, yes, we want to... okay, I'll get back to that in just a second. So then this changes the part list for the last wall actor. So this, again, is a C wall actor. And it removes the reference to the part that we just moved. And then it says, hey, there's no parts on that wall. Then it deletes the wall and again nullifies that pointer. I'm curious as to why it removes the part from the renderer. I guess because ultimately it gets added again. But because this I'm just going to say part user flags. Actually, how do I unset that bit? That's a question. Let me unassign bit. Hey, Emi, I am working on bitwise and operate along with the bitwise. I am working on what's it called? Trying to batch together all the static geometry into a single draw call. So unset. This can't be. Let me see. Oh, there is no. Yes, but the idea is that we can have more objects in a map. With greater speed. So okay, well, I feel like bitwise, okay. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I mean, I guess I can just do... Um, oh. Just subtract it. And that would work. But I'm sure there's a more concise way to write that. Now, I'm guessing that this is a very similar situation. See last wall actor, part list, yeah. Okay. Because wall solids, I believe, are... yeah, I don't know. But yes, they can glow, for example, be destroyed, I think. Yeah, I was. Thought there would be a concise way to do that. But this should work. So, anyway, so now with that in mind, what I want to do is I want to let me, now that I've got that kind of infrastructure in place where wall actors are theoretically oh, actually, hold on. This is actually kind of a good place to put it. Because if it... Well, I'll worry about that later. But... Well, you know what? No, I'll do it now. Because as I mentioned earlier in the stream, if a part has yawn, then we want to treat it as not static. So I think that will be good. Now I want to say part user flags CBSP. Let's just do this for now, because eventually this will be a branching of logic. So if I did this correctly, we should see pretty much no walls unless they have, in fact, well, yeah. Pretty much no walls unless they have yawn assigned, if I'm not mistaken. Which should make for a very sparse sort of world. Really wide open spaces. So we'll start with this. And if that works, then maybe I'll also apply it to ramps because I wanted to do it there as well. Oh. Well, I guess I didn't do it right. What did I miss? When does grender add part get called? The actors part list. When does add actor get called, I guess? Maybe is a better question. After add to, or whatever, during add to game. End script. So where is end script for? When do the parts get loaded? That's what I'm confused about. Oh, but okay. Grender, add a part. Yeah, I mean, this is, by this point, it's already added to the game. And then, okay, but this isn't calling load part. So again, when does load part get called? I mean, this sure seems like yeah. I mean, there's I mean, I guess it's also possible that I was mistaken about um, um, the idea that this would get dispatched correctly. Let me maybe just put a breakpoint there. And for now, we'll go ahead and run that. Okay. I'm curious. Is this the problem? C Smart Box. This might be... the issue. I think it is. So C Smart Box, I guess that must be its own. Yeah, okay. So that's why it's not working. So let me go ahead and quit this, and we will quickly... box... So here I will say if maybe like buh. So what is, I'm curious. See abstract actor. Does not equal 0. Okay, so 0 is like the... So this will only be static if part yawn is not equal to 0. And so here I will say if is geometry static. Box user flags. Okay. Now, it's possible that I've just completely made this confusing, but oh, I don't... Interesting. Okay. Geometry static. But here, yeah, I mean, whatever, I can just, I don't know, man. Maybe I should just... Well, again, that doesn't... Yeah. Now I'm still confused because See abstract actor. I mean, this, okay, but I guess the issue is that this isn't using load part. It's just using, um, yeah. So let's do, so I just won't, I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Um, because ideally, if the part yawn is, um, okay, let me think. So by default, I really don't want things to be static. If there's yawn, I don't want things to be static, but at least as far as the renderer is concerned. However, um, yawn is really kind of a special case. So I think what I will actually do is keep it like this and modify this and in the renderer I'll say if part uses private yawn or sorry, if it doesn't use private yawn and is static, because in that case I want it to because I mean, long story short, it's possible that I may eventually, that looks more like what I was expecting. Um, um, that's true. Wall doors that are rotated can still be considered static, but you know, like if they don't have like a start and stop state or something, so I'll have to think about that. But because yeah, these rotated pillars and stuff, because they aren't going to move. Theoretically, I can say, hey, these are static. Anyway, what was I saying? Right. In theory, I could treat yawn, private yawn, as a special case because it's not really the geometry isn't going to change or move. It's just whether or not you're rendering it or not, and the game will decide normally not to render it. But if I want it to be part of the static world, even if it has private yawn, then I could remove that condition in the renderer, because in theory a renderer could say, hey, this thing has private yawn, and actually store the yawn in the vertex array that it uploads to your graphics card, and the shader can take that into consideration about whether or not it wants to display it or not. So theoretically, yawn could be supported by a static thing, but it would mean storing more data at the vertex level. I'm not currently intending on doing that, so I'm happy with the way that code is written. But at least for now. Now, what I want to kind of do, just because I'm thinking about it, and I didn't initially want to broach this topic or whatever, work this out, but I want to define really this could even be on C door 2 actor, I think, in theory. So let's go ahead and open that. And maybe I need to look at C door actor. Door status, open activator, close activator, did open, did close. You know what? I'm actually not gonna deal with this right now. But in theory, what my plan is that, like, you know, on these actor types, we can define or override that is geometry static method and say, hey, this thing isn't going to move. And so on Waldor, in theory, or even at the door level or door 2 level, I would say, hey, this doesn't have any like event handlers set up or whatever for movement, or like, you know, this doesn't have like an open state, closed state, whatever, however you want to put it. And so it's okay to treat this as static. But right now I won't do that. However, here I want to say, if is not geometry static and static is set, then unset static. That way, if I eventually override the method for Seawald or you know, somewhere up, higher up the chain, it will only unset the static flag if it needs to. And I want to do that on wall solid as well, where I made that modification. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody. Okay. So that is good, I think. Let me look at C ramp. Does this not use like make wall is it called? Like, where does it create the... Okay, here we go. See Smart Box. Interesting. Okay. So, somewhere in here, virtual bool is geometry static, override. Oh, what? Interesting. Okay, so C ramp is geometry static. Oh, cool. And we will say I mean, true, I guess. As far as I am aware, there's no yeah, sure. Let me see here. Okay, so of course all these things I'm modifying are using like smart boxes and not load part, which is kind of annoying. It makes it feel clunkier than it is. But okay, so here where did I see wall actor? Okay, so after I check that and before I add it to the part list, I will flag it as static. Okay. And yes, I'm going ahead and still overriding those. Look at that. Coramoran. Cool. Phosphor. You should only see the wall doors. True, domes would also be a pretty static thing. But anyway. Okay. Funny. Just for grins, I'm going to start. Yeah, still collide with everything as though it were there. We're just not rendering it. Oop. This is really confusing. It's hard to navigate a level when the level doesn't render. Okay. Cool. You know what? For grins, I feel like because I think too, because domes actually use load part. This would be a good thing to roll pitch house floor in script, blah 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 blah, load part with colors. What does reset do, though? Okay, well, I want to... That's really annoying. CBSP part... Reset... Okay, that just resets the part to the origin into its natural orientation. Okay. Okay, so in theory, I should be able to say that these are static. I mean, really, I don't need to be putting it in here. I could have done it just as easily in the header, but I am... I don't know, inclined not to do that for some reason. Maybe I'll change my mind. Okay, so Grimoire... Whoa! Oh, because I put a breakpoint there. Okay. Yep. Sweet. Yeah. Waldors, non-moving Waldors definitely should be part of the list, obviously. By looking at this, you can tell. Baghdad, not optimized. Just out of curiosity, let me load the level that we are trying to improve upon. Yeah? That's a lot of goodies, man. Also, a level that's most likely too big to be very playable. But that's just my opinion, man. Okay, so let me see. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and just put it in the... header after all. For these cases anyway, where it is simple. Okay. And then here we will say I should also maybe check scimitar, come to think of it. Okay, so let's go ahead. Yep, that still looks good. Every level is Baghdad. Okay. So there are still a couple of things here. I'm curious how those... just 4 grands, because I keep thinking of... I mean, this being able to like load levels and see what's not displaying is actually really helpful in terms of figuring out, like, oh yeah, that that won't move. That's fine. I can make that. Um, are they like? Oh, there's okay. So there's fields. Speaking of which, what's sorry for what now? In which case? Oh, would we ever want to give every object type the ability to behave like a wall door? You mean like be movable? Yeah. I mean, if something is going to move or change state, then yes, it wouldn't just be a simple Boolean. And my current plan is to say like, and I still need to do this, but like for wall doors, for example, if I can determine that this thing isn't going to move because it's not, it doesn't have like an open state or closed state or whatever, whatever parameters set that mean that this is going to do something, then say that it's static, but otherwise return false, and so that would be kind of like um, the default. I mean, the default anyway is false, but yeah, I mean, if you had walls or something else, I mean, if you made every object type the ability to behave like a Waldor, really you would move that logic probably here into abstract actor, and then this default implementation would just change to say, hey, is this thing going to move or not? But yeah, that's the idea. Um, so I did want to look at fields because fields, I was kind of confused about the fact that in fact I'll look at that in a second. Solid. I mean, solids, I believe, can be destroyed. Oh, I thought I had that on my machine. Maybe not. Okay, well, whatever. I won't worry about solids right now. Um, but I did want to look at fields because I know those can also use the last wall actor. And so, in theory, I also need to um, but now I'm not sure because right, yeah, I'm just kind of doing the low hanging fruit right now. Um, but yeah, fields. Let me see what else uses last wall actor. Force field, free solid. That's true. Um, so out of curiosity, if I load on the rocks, that goodie uses. That's interesting. Right. So these really should display. That ain't right. Um, so what did I do before? That would have been Waldor. Somewhere in here. So when I change the owner, here. And similarly, I would want to do that for because this is force field, but I want to do it for free solid as well. This, yeah, it seems like that's not actually being used. Besides, yeah, that's interesting. Okay, that probably could be removed. Force field, free solid, wall door, wall solid. Okay, so right now, any free solid and any force field should be treated as dynamic. Okay. So that's better. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, these have fields for the shadows. And again, I actually kind of need to look into the classic game, I guess, because I can't remember if fields appear or disappear depending on their state of being on or off, because I believe you can set start or stop events for those. And so, long story short, I'm not sure if fields based off of walls should always be static, or if they shouldn't. So, let's see here. Force field. Okay. But yeah, so this has start message, stop message, etc. So that's a question. But in the meantime, I think this is pretty good. Now let's see if we can actually get them to. Well, actually, before I do that, I did want to do another thing. This is a good start. However, let's just go ahead and display everything. But one thing that I thought of, and this is I'm going to step away here in a second to get more tea and go to the bathroom again. But what I do need to do is every BSP part has a somewhere here. Where is it? Oh yeah, right here. Okay, so it contains a unique pointer to a vertex data object, which is a abstraction I made when I refactored all the rendering code, so that you could have sort of pluggable renderer implementations. Right now we only have modern OpenGL and legacy OpenGL, but in theory we could have Metal, Vulkan, whatever. Now, as it stands, these get instantiated pretty much immediately. I think this is, yeah, so this is essentially the constructor here. And then if you look down below, eventually, so this is like it, whatever, it parses all the JSON and builds these sort of internal color tables, point tables, polygon tables. And then it tells the renderer, I need a new vertex data instance, and so like it's the appropriate type for the renderer that's being used. In this case, it would be like a, I can't remember what it's called. OpenGL vertices, I believe. Right. Which but and then it automatically populates that data with the polygons and points and stuff it just loaded. However, and as part of that process, in OpenGL, for example, it actually creates vertex buffers and does, like uploads the data and stuff to the GPU. We don't really want to do that for things that are static, because ultimately what we want to do is we want to build a compound mesh using a very similar sort of mechanism. My plan is that in here, this code is actually going to be kind of like there's going to be a special CBSP part here that we construct, and or actually it won't even be a CBSP part. It'll probably be whatever the vertex data instance is, and we'll add the part to it, and so we'll have a single buffer, vertex buffer on the GPU, and we'll just kind of like append all these parts to it, and because that's part of the spec for vertex data, is you can replace the data that's there or append to it. So right now we're automatically filling it in, but in theory we don't actually want to do that. We want to do that later. And so I need to try to remove this line and do it at a later time and make sure that doesn't cause any seg faults or do anything weird. So I will do that when I get back. And that'll only be in a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Well, I'm trying to learn ray tracing by making a ray tracing renderer for Avara. Do you think it's easier to do that now since you've added distinct renderer definitions? In theory, yes. Yeah, looking at all this stuff that I've been looking at for the past few days, like I kind of talked about it earlier, but like trying to create like a sort of like atmospheric like scattering sort of effect so that like with distance things kind of lose their color or sort of like approach the sky or horizon color a little bit, sort of like if you see like layers of mountains and they get kind of progressively bluer or lighter in color, sort of replicating that kind of effect to make things less flat, and or doing like shadow volumes and really cool stuff, because I've always liked the idea of Avara's aesthetic and art direction being basically the same but with like way better lighting. I think that could be really cool. And so yes, to answer your question, it should be easier to do now. But yeah, I haven't I haven't looked into how to write a ray tracing renderer at all myself. But in theory, yes, you could create a new renderer that plugs in using the existing architecture. Okay, so let me think here. Where does the I guess after no. 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 Where does it get called? Where should it get called? Yeah, this is let's see the well, let me see if I'm calling append anywhere. I don't think I am. Yeah. Replace. Okay, so that's the initial one. This is when colors get replaced. Which again will theoretically not happen I mean, I'm thinking like won't happen until, well, never mind. I won't bother trying to explain my words because it's not that important. Okay, so smart box. Huh. I wonder why. Because replace all colors already does that, but then I don't know. Okay. data is instantiated yeah, shoot. It's like I don't even want to instantiate it initially. That's kind of a problem. Okay. So before I do this, apparently I have to deal with a bot now. Before I do this. Okay. So let me, okay. I actually don't even want to do that yet. So actually, before I do that then, let me do CBSP world. And then I'll say that init vertex data. Okay, I won't bother doing that. Even though it is an override. Okay, so now I need to iterate through the part list. Is there a better example here? Okay. Okay, I'm just going to copy all this crap, even though it's not what I'm going to ultimately end up with. But today is gonna have to okay. So init vertex data. And then the modern renderer. Oh, but I need to, before I do that, okay. Okay, so there's that, but I need to actually call the init vertex data method on the BSP world, and I need a way to signal to the renderer to do that. Which is probably like once a level is finished loading. So let me look at load level. Load alf. Okay. I mean, part of the game end script, I guess, might be a good place to do it. render, apply lights, apply sky. But that okay, so let's say that's like lighting stuff. I guess like here, so G renderer. What do I want to call it? Okay, so now we have to actually define this function across all our renderers as a new thing. Virtual void post level load equals let's make it so that it doesn't have to be defined, but has a sensible default. And we'll say thanks, good night, Amy. I'll probably won't be on for much longer, but we'll see. Perform post. And okay, post level load, and I will say for modern OpenGL renderer, that we are overriding that, and that will let's try that. Oh. I think I... Oh. Before I forget though. Oh, but I shouldn't have to do that. So, I didn't like do that or something. I guess so. That said, that's not a good test because I didn't actually remove the other replace calls. So let me quickly do that. So we don't want to do this on init anymore. Or after colors are replaced. Or after colors are replaced. Across the board. Oh, set but not used. Let's go ahead and check that again. Okay, so that is fine. This, again, I think can just be removed because ultimately that'll be handled by the world or by the static thing eventually that we create. Okay, let's try that. Fingers crossed. Fingers. That looks good. Grimoire. Whoa, that is not good. That is very interesting. Wow. Why did that? Was it because it, like, is it anything with Waldors? Let me try. That's fine. And that's fine too. It's not messed up this time. But that was. The part. Init for text data. Oh. Well, I definitely don't. Okay, hold on. I don't want sort visible parts in there. Actually, I meant to remove that. Curiosity. Oh. Oh, because I'm not. Okay. Hold on a sec. That means. Oh. Shoot. Well, let's try this. I don't expect it to work, but I'll try it. Because I don't think the parts are... Oh, I guess they are. Interestingly, the Hector is still not visible. What if I guess because the walker isn't created until and projectiles aren't visible, which makes sense. Okay. When does add part get called? Because I think ultimately this is not what I want. I think most of what I just did is not what I want. So I'm looking for the new vertex data instance. Do a similar thing here. Get rid of that. Oh, that's interesting. I broke custom hole colors apparently. Well, at least for the I won't worry about that right now, I guess. But that's certainly interesting. Well, I should worry about it, I guess. What would that be? That would be whole color, which is... Oh. No, not that. That's not what I want. I want player whole color tag. But update local config, player configuration. So that would be I don't know, not this. Replace part colors. You know, maybe I can keep this in, say Um, if color replaced and this is already, yeah, set, then update everything. But ultimately, this shouldn't really impact static stuff. The whole is obviously already a dynamic thing. Okay. Well, that fixed that. Gunny disappeared. Hopefully, I haven't broken anything. I'm still gonna try to load a bunch of levels because we saw a bunch of weird behavior for sure. Lighthouse, salsa. I don't suppose. I mean, I don't know if I should be like looking at that, but tomb. Let's try that again. Okay. IO, null, Dawn, that was always broken. That looks fine. Maybe make sure that wall doors are working. That's good. Okay. Try loading Grimoire again, and Grimoire again, and Grimoire again, because that was crashing multiple times. Okay, this is working. Okay, warfare. Yep, that hole's working. Everything. Seems pretty good and normal. But yes, this also kind of makes that new vertex data instance function kind of silly. So I'll have to think about deleting that, I suppose, but maybe not. Maybe just do search for vdata. Interesting, yeah. Okay. long story short, yes, I think that that function can probably be removed from the renderer API, I guess you could say. But that is working as intended. However, well, I actually, however, nothing. That's what I wanted to do. Oh, but I'm not calling init vertex data now, correct? Yeah, so this can go away. Ultimately, post level load. Yep, okay. So that stuff has all been backed out. Now let me rebuild and make sure. But we're making excellent progress, getting very close to being able to actually do the static world. Excuse me. Okay, I'll load rocks. Make sure that works. Okay, Klondike. Bodhi again, Grimoire again. Bonsai, sure, why not? Minuscule. Strat, that's a good one. Scimitar. Okay. All of this is looking pretty good. So, now, let's go ahead and I may have to add the post-level load thing again, actually, because yeah, something has to instantiate this on the thingy. Okay. On the thing that I'm about to create. So, modern. So the problem is the draw function I have written relies on yeah, you have to pass it apart. So Well, yeah, so there's not really a way to do this without passing it a resource ID. So I think. Well, let's try not to worry about that right now. So I will say. Create a static geometry thing, and when we add the part, we will. Okay, well, here we are. So if static geometry. Ooh. Really, I want to clone the part that we passed in. Um, Copy assignment. Okay. Do I literally just need to make those shared pointers? And then they'll be copyable. Guess so. Okay. Let me double check. I think. Okay, yeah, there we go. We get most one unique pointer pointing at any one resource. So yes, I think this is like equivalent to box in Rust, and then shared pointer is like a ARC or a RC pointer. Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm okay with that change. Let's see if that compiles, because I might have make unique being called somewhere or whatever, and that won't work if we change the type. So just see if we can catch anything like that. Okay. Whoop. I don't know. Yeah. What else? I don't know. Okay. All expected stuff. So, that looks pretty good. Now, so this copies the part, and then I want it to also except I actually want this outside of, outside of the if condition. What does append actually do? It adds the part, modifies this stuff. And when does it actually... Does this delete buffers and generates new ones? Ugh. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. I'm not sure why I had to do all that with replace. It's been a while. But I think theoretically this should just add it to the existing buffer, and all that's left for me to do, I think, is to render it out. So, well, let's go ahead and compile and make sure it doesn't like crash horribly or anything. And it did. Part has alpha. Why? Why would that be bad access? Okay, let's see what happens if I mean, presumably, if I did this, it would be fine. Okay, that's fine. What if I did this? And like this could be I don't know why that should make a difference, but we'll try it. Um, yeah. Um, that's really strange. Presumably, it has something to do with the weird thing I'm doing here. Um, let's see what happens if I just. I don't know if that'll even work. Yeah. Didn't think so. Is there like a better way to copy an object? Uh, hmm. Yeah. Um, it looks like I'm gonna have to give more care to actually copying that object. I'm not sure why. Well, it's okay. Now that I've uh, uncommented that line, we'll see where it seg faults again. Um, okay. It's just odd. Like, why did this stuff work just fine, and then like, is that really where the problem is? Um, what happens if I comment that out? We'll see if that changes where. Okay, so yeah, then it just does it down there. So why the hell is it bad access? That's really strange. Because it's part of the. Like, has alpha, is that possible for that to be uninitialized or something? No? And it's like accessing parts of part in other areas, so what is it about that it doesn't like? Is it something about how... No, that shouldn't make a difference. This is frustrating because I feel so close. I mean, I don't think this is going to make a difference, but what if I do that? That's actually more like what I want to do anyway. Okay, that makes some sense. Because yes, once it's initialized, yeah, you don't want it to reference itself. I think you wanted to reference the part that came in. I mean, that's actually like the logical thing you want it to do. You don't want it to add itself yet again. So, now that that is working, I think we can go to change the render frame part here and say, okay, draw opaque geometry. So here we will draw with the world shader the static geometry, default, ambient, false, because that's the can I see it? The shader, the part, the default ambient. That way it can switch back if there's private ambient on a part, which, come to think of it, might be a problem. Then like whether or not to use the alpha buffer. And because we're drawing opaque geometry, we don't want to do that. So we'll do that, and then here we will switch that to true. In theory, that'll work. I do want to check the draw method for like the default ambient thing. So yeah, if the part has extra ambient or private ambient, then we adjust it, and then in the end we set it back. So that's just something to keep in mind, I guess, is like yawn, or similarly to yawn, if something has the capability of its ambient getting mucked with because it can glow, for example, when it takes damage, then yes. I mean, I knew already that shouldn't be static, but in theory, if I build this, walls, ramps, domes, and all that other static stuff, well, I thought would be working, but clearly not. That's interesting. Why not? Just a bind. What does prepare for render do? I don't remember. Okay, just figures out what's visible and sorts them and all that jazz. Again, it feels like We're so close. Why is this not working? Um, add part. That's what I was looking for. Something about append is not working, or what? Hmm. Yeah, no static thing is visible here. That's really strange. Um, okay. Let's just see if I can inspect the static geometry here and see. Um, I don't know what it's trying to load actually. But it has lots of points. Like it's definitely contains information here. Okay. So what level? Static geometry. Let's look at the draw method, I guess. Gets the V data. Let's see if I can... I'm just curious to see. Let's comment out the other draw methods. Or whatever, draw invocations here for opaque, dynamic, opaque, and dynamic translucent, and HUD stuff, and just see if we ever make it past this pointer check here on the static stuff. Apparently we do. Part v data, opaque, alpha. Okay, yes. So both of those are populated. And it's really okay. So it'll bind to the vertex array. This is all GL data. Collection stuff. That's all it cares about. So why? Uses private yawn. No. And then draw. Yeah, so what's going on here? And this is just like never... like... bind buffer, bind data. Like, I thought this is supposed to be the stuff that uploads it to the... Which... Really, you don't want to upload every frame anyway. So that's not ideal. And arguably doesn't save any time. But when you kind of have to with the alpha stuff because of the resorting, but disappointing. Okay. Stop. I mean, it should never... Oh! Never say never, I guess. Because ultimately... Yeah, I mean, it should really be skipping that if there's no alpha, actually. But, I'm so confused. But I'm going to have to go to bed here in a second. Whoa. That's weird. Those are wall doors. Yeah, I'm not sure why not all the stuff on the floor there is getting rendered. That's interesting. Anyway, it's kind of cool looking. This is a disappointing note to end on. Gen buffers. Then if you replace it deletes everything. And resets it for opaque and alpha, and then it creates new buffers. Vertex buffer, vertex array, then appends. And the appending just, I mean, that doesn't do any GL calls. It just adds the data. Which ordinarily works just fine. Vertex buffer, vertex array, and here binds the vertex array, binds the vertex buffer, and then GL buffer data. Creates and initializes a buffer objects data store. What does this do? So in theory, puts it in the log there. Let's see if I see anything. New. This is the point count? I mean, that should get incremented. Hmm. I don't know. I want to say that it's the append method, but I don't think it actually is because it, that's always been getting called before. Um, it hasn't ever. Um, it might be. Hold on. Because here, when we are. Well, no, because I'm. Okay. I mean, I can try it. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but. It should not make a difference, but we'll try it. Yeah. Okay, well. Hmm. Actually, let's see something real quick. Um, yeah. Um, Dang it. So, out of curiosity, so if I go and modify, or not modify, but put a breakpoint in the append method now, it shouldn't, until I hit start. Yeah, like right now it's like loading a bunch of dashboard parts. Tell you what, let's remove that for a second. And then, son of a bleep. Okay, so I fired a grenade, so it did that. That's probably doing slivers now. Alright. Alright. Anyway. It shouldn't make a difference. And again, like I'm just pretty dang sure that true. If I do this, it still shouldn't when I do that because it's not static. Man. Static geometry. This stuff, not accurate, but that shouldn't matter because this has the actual point count, which is identical to the number of points in GL data. Way down here. Yeah, I don't know. That all seems well and good. Okay. Much bigger. Yeah, man, this really seems like it should be working. This is really confusing. Prepare for weather. What does it do? Yeah. Just determines what's visible, and then... Well, it does... Okay, what does this do on an individual part? I mean, what is all this stuff doing? I guess I can try to shove that in there to see if that makes a difference before it again, I don't expect it to work, but we'll see. Yeah. Very strange. What stupid thing am I missing? I'm just hitting the keys, man. Yeah, I shouldn't do that actually. Yeah, rotate or use. There's no reason this shouldn't be working. All right. Well, we've been on for 4 hours apparently, and while I got a lot done, I still have a lot to do. Well, that's not even true, but clearly something is not right. And I don't even know where to begin in fixing it. What happens when you add a part to the dynamic world? Nothing real important. I'm curious. If I load this, right, the stuff that has the onset does render because those are treated as dynamic items, but still anything that is considered static is not rendering despite seemingly being added to the correct place. Man. Fade out, fade in. Alright, well. Let's just see what happens. It's not necessarily a good test, considering it's not actually rendering these things, but I am curious to see how this has impacted. Yeah, I mean, these numbers are low. But I don't know, man. Is OpenGL even getting called? It's not clear. Why is OpenGL not rendering these things? Grr. Yeah, I'm not sure how to start debugging that either. That's what's really frustrating and difficult about rendering stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's like no errors about not being able to bind to the vertex array or something. It's um, I'm tempted. I want to, I guess, try one more thing, which is bonkers. Um, let's just say like static geometry v data replace static geometry, just to like, I don't know, try to see if, yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. I still don't understand why that happens, but that's yeah, very odd. Um, hmm. I'm gonna try one more. Oh, yeah. We'll go ahead and clean and build from scratch. It's not gonna make a difference, but I'm gonna try it because what the hell. And when this doesn't work, I'm gonna go to bed. But very strange. Hmm. Gotta be something about the transforms? I don't know. Yeah. This is referencing. I have a feeling that. Hmm. Something to do with, because these are properties on the BSP part, and so that's the weird thing about all this, is that's separate from the vertex data. And so I'm kind of doing this weird kludgy thing where I have a BSP part and I'm just not mucking with it at all after it's initialized and copied from the first part in the static geometry, and then right. So I'm curious. I don't think this is like the solution at all. I'm not sure what it's going to do if I have this commented out entirely, but I'm going to try it. Yeah, I mean, but notably, without the transforms, everything is gone. And so, yeah, I mean, I have a feeling it has something to do with these being wacky on the static stuff. It's kind of the only thing that makes sense. And I'm not sure what the fix is for that, because that's kind of like, this is just something I copied for the most part from the old code when I refactored, and it's kind of above my pay grade brain level. It's got to be this though, because yeah, I mean that's that kind of, you know, that gets called right before it runs, right before the draw call actually occurs. And so, yeah, I have a feeling that's it, unfortunately. So I will have to tackle that some other time, or tap somebody who is capable of doing it for me, quite frankly. As I'm kind of, I mean, I guess maybe the transforms are just, you know, essentially relative to the camera. I mean, that's what I'm not sure about, because they're not really referencing the view parameters or anything here. But yeah, it's kind of odd that any of this would be well, yeah. Long story short, I don't know why these bits are necessary. Presumably they are the parts aren't transformed at all, or whatever, like I thought they might be. Their coordinates are still like maybe relative to the origin, and then yeah, it uses this metadata on the part in order to place it. It's still not, it doesn't explain why, like, I would still expect something to like maybe show up in the middle of the level or whatever, but around the origin, that's what's confusing to me. That this stuff isn't visible at all. But anyway, that's an investigation for another day. I'm glad that infrastructure-wise, everything else seems to be okay. I've got everything getting funneled into static that, I mean, at least like the low-hanging fruit, getting funneled into static appropriately, separately from dynamic world. It's not segfaulting at the moment, so that's good. And in theory, based on the debug CPU command, I mean, maybe kind of sort of the CPU usage will be way down. It's hard to say because it's obviously not actually drawing that stuff, that it's not visible. But in theory, it's like, at least, I guess in theory it is doing the draw calls. We just can't see them because they're, I don't know, the transforms are incorrect or whatever. I don't know. That's the problem. But assuming they're actually getting drawn, then yes, the CPU usage is down to. We'll run it again. Like I want to compare Baghdad versus. And these are all sub 1 millisecond, and like 5% or lower. And then if I load, I'll just do it this way. Sphinx's level here without yawn boxes, and go to a corner somewhere and turn around. Oh. Where theoretically we would be seeing everything. I mean, before, standing here, it was like 40% CPU. Right now, it is, just over 1 millisecond and still sub 10% CPU. Looks like 8 has been the peak here. So, assuming that holds when things actually get drawn, that's a big improvement. So hopefully I'll be able to sort that out. Right. But that is it for the night. Thank you for stopping by. It's been a long stream. But good night.